It's 65 degrees, going up to 73 and sunny.
Yeah, Roger, we're 68 going up to 77 or 78 today before the thunderstorms hit, and then it goes downhill over.
Yeah, it's going to be a beautiful day in Pittsburgh. 73 to you. I appreciate you running the next.
Roger, you have a great day and good signal, 5859. Send to ZGN clear with K2JCU at Jim, Finleyville, TA. And we are looking for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. This is November 2, Zulu Golf November, looking for check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. You do not need to be a member. All are welcome. Call now. ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service, looking for check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins, call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, looking for check-ins. Call now. I hear something in the background. I'm not sure if that's somebody trying to check in. I didn't hear it on NJ2US either. So, N2ZGN looking for check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now.
This is Alpha Bravo 8 Uniform Hotel.
Alpha Bravo 8 Uniform Hotel. Let me get you logged in here. And let's see. Okay, Wayne, go ahead.
Yeah, I heard you make a couple phone calls there, and nobody spoke up, so I thought I was sitting here copying the mail. I thought I'd just chime in and let you know that you are getting out good. You're about 10 over down here in West Virginia, and appreciate you guys in there running the net and keeping the airways open for us.
Roger, Wayne, very good. Well, I got you at 5-7, so good signal coming in for the band conditions today. Everything has been long. I think the shortest one I've had, let me just check here. Shortest one I've had today is 299 miles. Longest is 963 miles. If I remember, yeah, 963 for longest. So it's a long band today. Over.
Yeah, it might be a little long today. I didn't catch where you were. I'm sorry, I just turned on the frequency here. I haven't been sitting on it too long. Where are you located at?
We're located 30 miles south of the Canadian border, northeast section of New York. A little town by the name of Peru, New York, which, by the way, was named after Peru, South America, by the Quakers that settled the area. And we're right on the shore. We're about 5 miles inland from Lake Champlain. Over.
Okay, yeah, I know about where you are. I used to fish up there a little bit once in a while up there in Canada some. Okay, appreciate acknowledging me on the air there. And excuse me, I've got some business here to attend to at the door. So have a good one, and thanks for being there. This is Alpha Bravo 8 Uniform Hotel Wayne down here in West Union, West Virginia. We're going to be clear and listening for a while. Thank you.
Roger, Wayne, you take care. Have a great day. Sensors EGN clear with AB8UH, Wayne out of West Virginia. And we are looking for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. Kilo Charlie 3 Golf Hotel Kilo. Andy, you're very late. Go ahead. I just went to my auxiliary antenna and boy, you popped right up. How copy? Okay, very good, Andy. You're very late on the one antenna, and that seems to be quite prevalent on the low signals. I can copy much better on the other antenna, but the other stations can't copy me as good as they can on the regular antenna. So that shows that there's some shifting of the way the different reflections are coming in from one way to another. Over. Roger, Andy. Well, that time you started out real good on the vertical, and then you dropped right down into the noise. I went over to the other antenna, and you were up to a 5.5. So there we go. We've got a good case for having dual diversity antennas. So system. So anyhow, very good. You have a great day. Take care. Clear with KC3 GHK at Andy out of Lancaster, PA, fellow net controller. And we're looking for additional check-ins. 3 cars. Call now. This is N2ZGN, Net Control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, Net Control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, Net Control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, Net Control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now. Kilo Charlie 8 station, give me your suffix again a couple times over.
Kilo Yankee Whiskey. Kilo Yankee Whiskey.
Still not getting it. Try again, over. Okay, I got a Yankee Whiskey part of it, but I'm not getting anything else. Do I have a station for a relay, over? Kilo Charlie 8 station, N2ZGN. Try again next, in about 5 minutes. Band might be a little bit better for you. This is N2ZGN, looking for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. All are welcome, over. November 2, Zulu Golf November, looking for check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service, looking for check-ins. All are welcome. You do not need to be a member. Call now. This is November 2, Zulu Golf November, looking for check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. This is November 2, Zulu Golf November, looking for check-ins. Call now.
Kilo Charlie 8, Kilo 19US.
This is November 2, Zulu Golf November, looking for check-ins. Call now. November 2, Zulu, Golf November, looking for check-ins for ECARS. East Coast Amateur Radio Service, call now. This is N2ZGN, Net Control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service, looking for check-ins. Call now. Kilo Charlie 3, Echo Whiskey Juliet. Let's see who we have here. And, okay, Alan, go ahead. Well, let's see, Alan. First of all, we got all your information. It's correct, and we're at 69 degrees. We did have some sun. That's now been replaced by clouds, and we're supposed to have some thunderstorms, strong to near severe level storms this afternoon. So, and tonight, and then 100% chance of rain tonight and tomorrow. 90% this afternoon. So it looks like it's going to be wet. But Thursday and Friday are supposed to be 60s, high 50s, and sunny. So I can foresee I will be out mowing those 2 days. Over. Roger, how do you copy on this antenna? This is the secondary antenna. Over. Roger. Well, if I go back to the main antenna, you're barely readable. Here, you're Q5 readable. So, boy, that's strange. Normally, it follows suit, but today it's just the opposite. Anyhow, yeah, we have those two. We have hard maple and think there's some silver maple up in here, and there's sugar maple, and there's also box altar, which is a type of maple tree, and they have the big helicopters, and they don't usually drop until late summer or early fall. So, but those, I've been seeing the little petals coming off from the Japanese elm trees, landing on the car window, and then I have to wipe them off. Over. Well, you're 5'5" on this antenna, so that's where I left it. Have a great day, Alan. Take care. Send to ZGN Clear with KC3EJWJ at Alan out of Morgantown, PA. And we've got him checked in. And this is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. We're looking for additional check-ins. Call now. Go ahead, Tim.
Please say hi to Alan for me.
Roger, stand by. Alan, are you still there? Did you hear KC3 JTA Tim shouting out to you? Roger, Tim, did you copy him that time? Roger, he heard you weak but readable, and he said say hello back. Over. And to ZGN, and stand by. One. Now get back to the normal antenna, and it is time to turn this over to the next net control, and that is W4THN. Vic, are you there? Well, let me see. You make it 18, over. Roger, well, it is very long. Shortest was 300 and, let me just get this back up here, 296 miles. And the longest was Gene down in Winchester at 963 miles. Over. Roger, Vic, you have a great day. Then to ZGN, turning control over to W4THR, and everybody have a good one. And we'll see. All right, Jerry, good morning.
Kilo Charlie 8, Charlie Oscar India. Doing great, Vic. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, the band's a little squirrely today, that's for sure. Sometimes I don't hear Jerry at all, but when the band's kind of like it is now, a little long, I hear him just fine, so I talked to him earlier. But yeah, I'm just sitting here, the sun's out, and it's supposed to get up in the mid-70s. I'm just waiting for the grass to dry so I can go out and mow the yard because it's supposed to rain in the forecast for the next several days. So want to get that done today, or it just may be I'll just take a machete, hack a path out to the mailbox and let her go for the rest of the year. That's my options there, Vic. Back to you, KC8TOS. No, maybe once we finally get to it, we'll find Dr. Livingston. What do you think, Vic? Let's 10-3, Vic. KC8TOI clear.
John or Jonathan, long version, Jonathan or John. And I'm located about 120 miles west of Ottawa, the capital city, and near a small town called Bancroft, Ontario. Go ahead. Yeah, the rig's an old FT1000 Delta EA2, about 200 watts, over. Yeah, it's pretty quiet band right now. I'm just trying to sort some stuff in the shack here. My last parent passed away, so my brother's packing up the house and dragged a bunch of stuff home. Just trying to figure out what to do with it all there. Go ahead. Yeah, Roger. I didn't catch your name. Go ahead. Oh, very good, Vic. Have a good morning then. Carry on with the next, and hope you find a few other folks to check in today. WA4THR from Victor Echo 3, Juliet Sierra Echo, 73, old man.
Kilo Charlie 1.
Kilo 4 Echo Zulu Yankee.
Sierra. Good morning.
Good morning, Kilo Charlie 1, Whiskey X-Ray Sierra. How are you today?
Located in northern New Hampshire, go ahead. Casey, Japan. Not too bad. I had a tree come down through my antenna out, so I just cut my wire antenna. I instead off for today. Near the first contact since I got it mounted, back up enough at original height, but it's just starting out this way. We're going to have bad storms later today, so I didn't do it all the way, Roger. No, you just gave me that good audio report there for sure, Vic. Sounded good in Pennsylvania up here as well. Beautiful signal, beautiful modulation. And I enjoy the East Coast.
Kilo Charlie 1, Golf Echo Juliet.
But it has been a time when the tree hit the trailer. I do live in a mobile home and had the opportunity to move. And of course, got to fix stuff yourself up here in Northern. I'm actually in the Great Northwest, so. Before about 1, 2, 3 o'clock, we're going to have a lot of wind, so we'll test it out, see how she does in, Roger.
Kilo Charlie 1, Golf Echo Juliet. Good morning. Good morning. How's my signal? It sounds like the band's in bad shape. You about a 5-7 here in southern New Hampshire.
Everybody.
Roger that. Kilo Charlie 1, Whiskey X-Ray Sierra. Always nice to hear your voice, ECARS.
Londonderry, New Hampshire.
Yes, sir. This is that great ears this morning. K4EZY down here in the Duke of Fairby Good Living. 58 degrees, blue skies, and like that, eh? I don't recall doing, which one was it? Was it, Tempest? I did my 5400M. I'm trying to get it up and running, so I should be on the turbo. No, I'm on the ECARS 7300. I'm just trying to get the flex good up and going and kind of get any ready. But anyway, it's been this week at Kilo 4 SO6.
WS8I.
Good morning to you, Dennis. I'm fantastic in Boston.
You're a little bit distorted sounding this morning, Holman. Are you still running the FTC?
Yeah, but I think I turned the microphone up too high. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was having trouble with the microphone this morning, but it's okay now. Beautiful. You're the same thing. Well, thank you for checking in this morning. Just wanted to say hi and have a great day.
WS8I. Not bad for a kid. How about yourself there, Vic? You doing all right?
I
Yeah, well, I got Bertha on this morning, so I'm running a little power today. Usually I run about 100 watts, but figured you might need a little help today. All right, Vic. Talk later. Have a good net there, WF8I Toledo.
Whiskey Bravo 1, Golf Lima. Good morning to you. How's the weather down your neck of the woods? Over?
Scattered clouds, rain. Like summer, Don?
Oh, that's good. Here, it's starting to feel that way, too. It's blue sky and 63 degrees and it's supposed to go up into the 70s, so we'll see what happens. I thought I'd give you a shout there, Vic, so back to you. Over. Oh, nothing else. And you got a 5-9 signal in the main here, so you have a good day, 7-3s, and don't stay out in the hot sun too long. Over.
Whiskey 2, November, Yankee Papa. Well, you know, when you said it was 74, I looked at my thermometer and said, wow, it's 68 here. So I guess I need to come to Bear Gap and get a tan.
So, a big change for you.
Well, you know, these days a little rain doesn't hurt anybody too much. But, anyway, good to hear you. I hope all is well and you had a good weekend. And you all this weekend. I'm sure we'll catch up. Thanks for the area, my friend. Very free, Vic. Have a good one.
4, THR. You got a copy here? It says Kilo Charlie 1 Whiskey X-Ray Sierra again. Yeah, Roger, it seems like all the bands are dead. And when you're not talking, it's the whole band. Well, there's one piso going down. I think there's a 1.45 or 7.145. But the whole band is dead. What's going on? Yeah, Roger. I hear you relatively fine. You're not as strong as you normally are, Vic. But for all the stations that you set, the other KC1 stations, I didn't have a copy on them. Roger that. I'll let you just keep fielding in potential calls coming in. And have yourself a wonderful day. We're going to head up at 78 degrees here today, and hoping that the trees will finally get good blooming. It's been a rough go this spring. We do need rain. So, okay. You have a great day, Vic, and I'll check in with you again, I'm sure. KC1 WXSS, WXS, clear with WA3THR. Take care, Vic. 73.
Tango 8, Oscar Mike Mobile.
Whiskey Tango 8, Oscar Mike Mobile. Very good.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, you got a great signal here near the Cincinnati area. You're a good solid S9. Yeah, the band's doing its thing today. Boy, I'll tell you what, I haven't been very active on ham radio in about the last month. When's it going to end, Dover?
Yeah, we'll have a good day. We really look out short. The sun will get a little excited. I think we had two magnetic stuff going on overnight. It's kind of depressing. And the ionosphere is a little thin. So everybody is lost. Everybody's out beyond 6 miles. So that's just the way it is some days, Tom, but your company's great. Again, you're 400 miles away.
Yeah, there you go. Well, something to be said for distance today. So, yeah, nice day here in Cincinnati, a little on the overcast side. We had a little rain last night, but it's about 75 degrees. So, I guess I can't complain. I did get the grass cut the other day, so I can just sit back and watch it grow now. Over.
It was raining.
About it. Yeah, I built that for my grandkids, and now they're all grown up, you know, and nobody rides it anymore. So I asked my grandson if he knew anybody that would like it. I'd give it to him, and he said, I'll take it. So he's kind of a hands-on guy anyhow. He's 20. So he took it home, and he took all the running gear out of it from the lawnmower, and he put some running gear from a quad, you know, an ATV on it. So he sent me a video. Now the thing will do about 50 miles an hour, and he jacked it all up and put some monster wheels on it, so it looks pretty cool now. Yeah, he likes to build stuff too. All right, we'll let you go. Hey, good luck. I hope you get some check-ins. I won't be here much longer. I guess I'll head for home. So 73 WA4 THR Whiskey Tango 8 Oscar Mike. See you later.
Alpha Baker 3 Charlie.
I'm fine. How are you doing?
Nice to hear you there again. I just checked it on phone. I've been on here for quite a long time.
Say hello to everybody on the net.
And just tried out a different antenna, so that's why I come on here to see how it was working on 40. 40 doesn't seem like it's too active this morning. So anyhow, you guys, nice to hear you again. I think it's, I'm trying to think of your handle, and I cannot get it out of my brain for some reason. I'm sorry.
WA3THR, AB3C.
Okay, Vic, very good. I apologize for not remembering your name, but you know how it is when you get up in the age. Can't remember what you did 10 minutes ago. Okay, well, listen, I appreciate you coming back to me, and you guys take care and have a good nut there.
W83THR, AB3C.
This is Kilo Charlie 1, Mike Tango Mike. You copy that? Yeah, I you down in mountain range and maybe 4 seconds. Over. You know, I haven't had the radio on in a couple of days. I wasn't aware of how bad the sun has gotten. What was it? I was on the weekend, and the conditions were pretty good, over. It's pretty good. So far, Dave. Yeah, it's, I mean, you usually found them, right now, you're talking about isn't that the way it goes? So how's your spring going? You guys must have flowers and stuff by now, over? That are using the house right now. I have 73 out there in the shade. We have trees too. I'm looking at my last big custard. Yeah, you know, we are having, the poplars have come out, and basically, I'm starting to get leaves on the apples, but they haven't come out yet. You know, we're just, the maples are budding, and we're getting leaves coming out, but it's, we're a few weeks or so behind you, over. To get out, we're starting to lose you here. So good talking with you, Nick. Always a pleasure. I'm glad you're doing well. Send it through to you and my best to the wife. I hope things are well on the farm. KC1, Mike Tango, Mike Clear.
Uniform X-ray Mike.
Leroy,
Yes, sir. Roger, sir. You are correct. Kilo Delta 4. Uniform X-ray Mike. And the name is Buddy. Bravo Uniform. Delta Yankee. TCH Florence. Florence, South Carolina. And sunshine skies, clear blue skies, and 75 degrees here today. Just want to check in, let you know QFB is something else. It's going from an S5 all the way up to 10 over. So QFB is wild and rampant today on 40. Teddy Freeze and John Bass, appreciate you getting us on board. Teddy Ford, UXN, thank you.
It was the December. You had my dog.
Yes, sir. Running the 7600 Icon with the MK500 amplifier and a wire cut for 40 meters. That's about all we got there. Yes, sir. Appreciate you getting us checked in. We appreciate it. Just wanted to give you a number. Get you a mark on the pad. Seven Seas, appreciate what you do. Teddy Ford, UXN, back to net.
Oh, yes, sir. Yesterday, the weekend was bad. 43. Today is already 65, probably going to 70. After that, I don't know. It'll probably rain more because we're just right on the end of that. Rest of the week, about the same out here. No, sir. I know I've talked to you, but where exactly are you? Copy that. Closest thing I know in Pennsylvania would probably be Stroudsburg or what was the name of that? Stroudsburg or the Pocono. I've been to the Pocono racetrack once. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. I was out there. I had took a ride on a motorcycle, 10 miles. And, yeah, the breeze up the road horrendous now. And it wasn't, 2 hours ago. And it pops right up, blowing me all over the road. No, sir, just checking in on a Tuesday. Have a good one. 73 KE2 ACI, New York.
November 8th, Mike Alpha Sierra. Well, good morning, Victor. I see that. Last time was April 24th of 2018. Good to hear your voice again, sir, up there in Paxanos. And you're sounding good. You're a true 5'9" here in Southwest Ohio, about 35 miles east of Dayton. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, it's only, Xenia's only about 10 miles from Wilmington, so, yeah, I always go, I'll get there, Thursday morning, try to hit the flea markets early as people are setting up and to see if there's something I just have to have, but, my brother, and, some close friends up in, New England come down and stay with me, and this year, my youngest boy got his general license, so he'll be coming up from Tennessee to hang out with us, and we're going to make a family affair out of it, over. Yeah, QSL, Vic, I'll do it. Our spot is located right there, almost on the corner on the flea market side, right next to the buildings. And our club is NEARC, the New England Radio Club there, and we'll be there. We got two spots there where we park and sell whatever stuff we're trying to sell, but yeah, you can't miss us. Just be a bunch of guys out there in the big NEARC sign under our pop-up. So I'll let you get back to it. I don't have any traffic, but it's good to get into Pennsylvania on kind of a rough day. Just doing a little POTA hunting right now. Got a day off here at work, so trying to do a little POTA hunting and stuff like that. So 73s, let's not make it so long next time.
Whiskey Alpha 4 Tango Hotel Romeo, this is
Kilo Charlie 1 Juliet Romeo Lima Johnny North Quincy shack number 2. Well, that's my shack number 1 on Cape Cod, but I'm here where I got my start in my radio hobby ever since playing with radios in the 60s here. But anyway, I'm in North Quincy, shack, I call it shack number 2, City of Presidents, Quincy, Massachusetts. And I heard you talking. I was just going to do a quick check-in and check-out. I have checked in with ECARS before a few times. And but anyway, I heard you talking about Pennsylvania, Harrisburg, in that area. Let's see, what did I do this past weekend? Went to Nearfest, the Northeast Amateur Radio Fest up in New Boston, New Hampshire at the new location. And Friday was a beautiful day. It was supposed to rain, but that was a beautiful day. And Saturday, it rained off and on, but the sun did make some appearances. So, but Friday was the big fatter day up there. I would love to go to Dayton someday, but I ain't going to be able to make it. And I wanted to make a quick in and out here so I could get outside and do some work today. I have the day off, so I need to do some work out in the yard. But I heard you talking about Harrisburg, and I have to ask you a question. When I was driving across country, and I usually take the northern route when I'm coming out of 80, and I missed the turnoff, and I ended up going down through Pennsylvania, driving my big old Plymouth GTX back in the time and doing a marathon crawl with 2.5 days. And I came to the crossroads. I forget, God, what routes they are, out in the middle of Pennsylvania. And it's out in the middle of nowhere. And then if you look on the map, it's actually 2 roads that just cross. And there's a traffic light there. And I did read a story when I was taking college classes in my English book that Andy Rooney wrote about coming to that intersection. And it was until later that I had read the story, but I did the same thing. Middle of the night, got to that red light, and I'm sitting there, and it's kind of a long light. I'm looking in both directions. You can see blackness in every direction. And I'm saying, well, should I go through the light? And there's probably a cop waiting. This might be a speed trap out here. And I waited for the light to change, but it was funny. Years later, I read that story by Andy Rooney at the same traffic light. And I'm wondering if you know where that is. There's just 2 big crossroads out in the middle of nowhere near Harrisburg. Back to you there, and this is KC1JRL in North Quincy, Massachusetts.
You're sounding good on the phone.
This is my base station. I'm talking on a usual PTX 1200 with a dipole, not too high off the ground out in the backyard. And it's running parallel there, north to south. And like I said, both ends are east to west. And I used to drag this stuff back and forth to North Truro with me on Cape Cod. And but I keep the setup here with 220, 2 meters. I got an old Kenwood TS 450S, and a lot of this stuff I used to bring back and forth with me to both shacks when I'm spending time on the Cape. But like I said, love to make it up there to the Dayton Fest, and did well at Near Fest this year. Didn't buy too many big items, but and then we got the ARRL Fest coming up in Marlborough, Massachusetts in the heat of August. Thank God! I can't wait for summer to get here. And but like I said, I've checked in with ECARS before down from Cape Cod. I'm 8 miles north of the Marconi site in Wellfleet, Massachusetts. There, I do hang out with the Marconi Club also down there in Cape Cod. And but just heard you talking about Pennsylvania. I am a regular with John WA3 KFT, who does the Antique Wireless Net from Pennsylvania. I didn't hear him on this weekend, on this Sunday, but he was back in the day. He was my first HF radio contact, and I love talking to John on Sundays. And I suppose you're probably familiar with him. But yeah, John, great guy. He was my first HF contact. And so I hold a heartfelt place for him in my ham radio career. Back to you. What was it? What was it? A2THR? WA1THR.
You can find out there soon.
Oh, very good. You ought to try to make Dayton one day. It was a bucket list thing for me. I was for the first 50 or so. We decided to go to the shop one time and turn it over the next over here. See you again.
Roger that. 73, thank you for the contact, and take it away, net control. I'm out of here. Got to get outside on this beautiful day. KC1JRL, North Quincy, Massachusetts. We're QRT.
WA3GIN, W2NYC.
Let's see what's going on here today. Looks like conditions are a little bit challenging. It's long and bad. Areas. W3GIN. Here it is. He's right now. Sun's here. NJ2US, 39 miles west of the ocean, and now the sister directions. Stand by our QRP station. Any mobile of the ocean. Good. How about your exits? I hope you remember to check out.
NJ2US, Yankee Papa. Nothing much over the past 9 minutes. Sheriff, but good Tuesday morning to you. You're warmer than we are right now. Only about 70 degrees, so you enjoy that. Yeah, we made it easy. But I'm going to sit back and enjoy it, put my candles up, and get my feet into the pool.
Right.
Oh, yeah, no, I am blessed enough to actually get on an airplane the 20th of May.
Oh, no.
I'm looking back now. Hey, buddy, well, sure.
All right, you're doing good. You're doing good. Check in again. All right. And see, come on in. Well, you're 5 and 9 years. Copy on you. I don't ever hold out the DOJ on there's some of the ends. And that's my fly out some lunch. We go to Mayo. It's not, believe it or not, the Independence Day from here in California. A lot of people think that today is the celebration of and ours too. Lots of Mexican folks up here. Yep, you got it. You got me some rice and a couple of ready beef tacos, and I'm good to go. Well, see you later. You know, it's 14 minutes after the hour of 11 o'clock here on 5-5. And today it's also 5-5. Standing by for any stations and we'll have to be a member to check in.
Alpha Charlie 2, November, Bravo.
Okay, up to Alpha Charlie 2, November, Bravo. Good morning.
Good morning. Just sitting here at 1.
Got a name and a location to go with it.
Hey, that's Joe, and I am located in Rochester, New York. What's up?
All right, how things are Rochester this morning?
I'll tell you what, it looks like it's going to rain. I can definitely see and feel it in the air. Over.
Usual rain this spring?
We didn't get too much, and the weather's really goofy over here. Winter just doesn't want to let go, and we just can't get summer through the door. Over.
Amazing. And we have the similar situation except the opposite, and that's no rain. You're a drought condition right now, so we're looking for some rain. Yeah.
Oh, QSL, well, if I could have brought you something, I definitely would have. Over.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you much. Well, take care. And thanks for checking in. Have fun out there.
QSL 7-3, man, thanks for getting me into the net, and you guys have a great day and good luck today. Hey, Alpha Charlie 2, November, Bravo.
Okay, good, solid S7 here, so the setup is working for you on a challenging day. ECARS radio on 55 with check in. I got Alpha Charlie 1 Victor Uniform, any others? 1VU, good morning. What are you up to today? Successful. Yeah, that's great. We're in a good part of the country for qualified surgeons and stuff like that. So with some luck, you got a good surgeon and good follow-up. So it's really important. Okay, real good. That's a lot of stress. One of those things, and then afterwards also, there's a lot of stress. So, good luck with dealing with that new environment. And the spring's a good time to get that done. Better than winter time, I think, sometimes. So good luck to you guys. Check back in and let us know how things are going. Radio on 55, WH3GI. Any check-in.
This is Alpha Charlie 2, November, Bravo. Quick recheck, over.
Okay, I got a double in there. Let's see. Joe, on there a minute. Joe, is that a station?
Kilo Delta 2, Quebec, Alpha, Quebec.
Okay, I got QA2. And Joe, what do you got?
Thank you. Real quick, where are you in Virginia? What city are you in, over?
I'm in a rural area called George County, about 187 square miles right in the Sunshine River, about 20 miles west of Fredericksburg.
QSL. Yeah, my daughter's out there in Fredericksburg. I just wanted to double check where you were. I appreciate you getting back when you can. And let me get out of here so you can take some new checks yourself. Charlie 2 November, Bravo 9 sir.
Okay, I hear Fredericksburg. And, excuse me, I'll be going to Fredericksburg on Friday, so. Very good. Nice town. I like it. I like it up there. But I'll enjoy living on the water there. 82QAQ, good morning. Welcome to ECARS.
Kilo Delta 2, Quebec Alpha Quebec. This is Gary in Buffalo, New York. It's 51 degrees here, overcast. And I am on my portable today, the ECARS TX1. So I'm running 100 watts. You're 590 to Buffalo, so there's a very good signal here. Back to you.
All right, Gary, real fine. You're 5 and 7 here. And feels good. Almost done for today. So this is good.
Very good. This is a great little radio. I love it.
What? And I didn't catch the antenna. What you said?
The antenna is my usual station antenna. It's a 43-foot vertical DX engineering with lots of radio. I've got a bunch of portable antennas, but I'm using it portable in the house today, so I'm hooked up to my main antenna.
I got it. Very nice. Well, it's working good for you. How long have you had that 43-footer?
Oh, I've had that since I became a ham, so maybe 7 years. It's been performing very well. The only complaint I have about it is the pipe clamps that hold the segments together. I had 2 of them slip, so the thing sort of over the winter time as it flexes back and forth, it tends to slightly collapse into itself. But any time now since it's spring, I'll lay it down and pull it back out. That's the only flaw. Back to you.
Okay, very good. Yeah, and a lot of guys have that same problem when they pin the elements with a little fed screw.
That's a brilliant idea. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, so you can go whole hog, and they'll just get that, like the diameter is an inch, a quarter inch more, and they'll actually put a bolt right through. And then it's not going anywhere. But it's designer's preference, so good luck.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think of that, but that's actually the solution. Anyhow, thanks for picking up my call. The band is a little squirrely today, but I'm going to sign off now. KD2QAQ clear 73.
Good deal. Welcome to ECARS, and come back. Let us know how you're doing. ECARS Radio, WA3GIM, listening for a further check-in.
Whiskey 1, India Sierra.
Whiskey 1, India Sierra, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. You got a great signal here. Name is Bob. We're located in Stowe, Massachusetts, and we're running 10 watts to a pair of phase 40-meter dipoles.
Very good, Bob. You're made up line. And Massachusetts is the primary area where we're receiving signals today. Some reflection from this. So tell us about your phase dipole.
Okay, well, for one, we'll do another test. Take a look at your estimator, and this thing we can flip it 180 degrees. And if you can look at your estimator and tell us what happens after we flip it, then I'll give you the description. This is position 1. This is position 2. Notice any difference? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, position 2, you're in the dirt. Position 1, you're okay.
That's what we expected. Thank you for the report. This is a pair of phase dipoles. They're standard 40-meter dipoles. They're up about, one end's about 25 feet, the other one's about 40 feet. They're fed from the center. There are 2 pieces of coax, one on each one, goes to a little box in the middle. And the box in the middle we call a combo box, and in there is a phase line and a relay to flip the phase and a matching network. And it's similar to an antenna that we published in QST a couple years ago for the 20 meters, but we decided to try one for 40 for field day this year. And this is it. Over.
Very good. So are the vertically, is
Oh no, they're parallel. They're two dipoles in parallel, horizontal, and the phase line is what directs which antenna, which direction the signal is going to go.
What is the spacing?
The spacing is 18 feet.
Okay, so an increment.
Yeah, right. Well, that's we've optimized that using EasyNet and simulations, and so that we had it at 20 feet. It worked pretty well, but we did some simulations and tried 18 feet. We tried 18 feet to 6 feet, much better.
And what is the phasing line? 180?
Well, no, it's about 120 degrees. Yeah, it's 190 minus the separation. 180 minus the separation, and the separation is whatever that is. It's an eighth of a wavelength roughly, so that's what it is. Instead of optimizing the forward direction, what we did is minimize the rear direction. Over.
Now everything will go. So I use something. Run a pair of diamond pods at the top and feed them out of with a delay line, but I feed them continuously. So I'm just looking for omnidirectional, horizontally polarized, and I love that antenna. It works really good for net control.
Well, you've got a dynamite signal here. You're running 10/9 on this KX3. That's what we're running, and we're sitting out here. Finally, the weather's good. It's in the 70s here today.
Yeah, same here. Now, we always enjoy talking to antenna experimenters, and like you're pretty successful at it. And this one here is working well.
Well, thank you very much. If you want to find out what these two crazy guys on W1IS and my partners KC1DSQ have been doing, we published a book on wire antennas that can be found at our website, ocfmasters.com. And HRO in Texas and in New Hampshire have copies, I know, still in stock. So we have a lot. We just have a lot of fun. This is our retirement project, and it's been nice talking to you. I don't want to occupy the net any longer, but I always listen to this net when I'm not calling in anyway. This is W1IS 73s, and thanks for your help.
Anytime, Bob. We're here. Antennas. I didn't have so many things that needed repair. Good enough heat. That's waves. One north south, one east west. Same time. With 450 online and down to, believe it or not, 4 to 1 going into 979. That coupler, 8-year-old coupler helicopters for the Navy. I'm R&Ring the coupler. And I'm going to get that antenna today. I was very interested in trying to recreate a 4-leaf silver radiation pattern. Those two embeds. We'll do your chance to play with that this year. Like you guys for antennas, I'll definitely check out your website. Thanks for joining us here and tell us about your story there. Good summer.
Thank you. You also. Well, that sounds like an interesting antenna. Gee, I'll have to monitor and see how it works after you get it going. That sounds like fun. We've done some stuff not like that, but we're not looking for omnidirection. We're looking for direction primarily because we're building this antenna for field day. And for us, field day is to the west, mostly. 73, this is Bob, W1IS, and Bob, KC1DSQ.
Yeah, I understand. Full well. Just a few things. Well, listen, things get slow once in a while here. Thanks for the cellular cycle being March these days, so it's no problem. Enjoy your day, and we'll look forward to hearing you again soon. ECARS Radio on 55 WA3 Cheyenne here in George County, Virginia, boyhood home to George Washington. You can imagine him horseback, bareback. what it was like. Where's the check-in?
A1? See the height.
G1T was running you out? Alrighty. E2, Golf Hotel with Moss. Okay, hold on. Check in. Any other check-ins? All right, back to the top here. K1T was on some morning, Tom. Very good. Well, I'll tell you what, the 21 just doing a superb job for you. Take a listen. That's what they're telling us. Sending out the warnings on a regular basis. WA for GIR, K1T. I'm telling you, that's a 20, but it's down here.
It's just good. It's really good. The quality is good. The receiver is serviceable. You know, it's a great receiver. It's 4D. It's not the same class. But for the cost of the radio, it's quite effective. So, it's been good. I like my 7200 an awful lot. This one needs to be effective, so that's why it's out here. Over.
You're very fine. I'll tell you what, the audio from this thing is probably the best deal I've heard from K1T with on you.
I know. You know, the bar is that high, and it gave me something to shoot for with both the 7200 and the NJ2US right now. I can't emulate, especially the 897. It's so big. I can't get the lows, can't do that, and then get the other software. Okay. So it's just something to shoot for clarity. This audio is just, it's awesome.
Yeah, and now is that mic came with it, or you add something to that?
This is just a hand mic that normally comes with the ICOM 7100. Same company. That's pretty identical to the ICOM.
That's something. It's working. It's definitely working. You're going to have fun with that. Understand. Now, is that radio 50R?
Understand that. Would you consider that an early version of FDR or the latest?
You know, they got a lot of help now, too. We're the only ones getting with it out over here. I'm sure they've been playing with it for a long time. And they can get, I can do lots of work for them on the side when they're managing. And they have no problem with that AI crunch. It's amazing. I expect that kind of builders earlier was using AI. They do things like honest, input, variation. So, listen, thanks for telling us all about that. New radio, I will say, and it demonstrates quite well here on 55. Okay, good deal, Tom. G8H. Regards from J1. In case you don't hear, and please check your name. That's your name and location. What's going on with the news? G8H. Sunny day in New York and 96 days. Brightness. I hear you. Very fine. Ready to go for this year? That's great. I love it. How long have you had this for? We just all up more. I'm sure in case you keep poking me about it. So something down I got one from a company out in Arkansas. Bad boy. It's anchors on one side. The steam off the flame. So high. An old man. So I went out and got an error. Man, all the difference in the world. We're looking forward to first cut. Listen, thanks for checking in, John. Be careful on that thing. All right, 3 NJ2US. Good morning. Very fine. And this is David out there at Lucky Point. Fine. What are you up to today? Sounds like a plan. Hell, yes. Some weather. Wow. Well, celebrate. Go out and Mexican and Cinco de Mayo today. Go out and get yourself some tacos. Man, my wife loves that stuff. She hasn't had any either, but this year was the first time they thought she'd give it a try. She loves their shrimp tacos. And so she instantly became addicted. Hey, just an excuse to get fun. Here's 40 minutes after 11 o'clock here on a Tuesday up and down most of the coast. And this is WA3GMN, operator Dave here. And we're standing by for any stations wanting to be a member. Checking.
VA3 FXR.
Okay, I got VA3 FXR. Who was the other station? AV?
November Dreams America Victoria.
Okay, NJ2US. Anybody others? Again? Is that K3AT? Is there a third station? It's KTVN. I was also in there, and K3AT was in there, over. Okay, that's and then I'll tell you, just put you on the when I call. Good morning.
Good morning. I also heard a third station in there, but he didn't come back when you prompted him to. So not sure what to say about that. Anyways, we're having a delightful day over here. It's sunny. We did manage to get a little bit of yard work done. We got the chainsaw out, cleared some limbs from some trees, and cleaned up all the branches. Got all that done. Put some fertilizer down on the lawn for the new season, and just getting everything ready for the summer there. So hopefully it'll be a good one. Talking to you right now off the NFED. My antenna's 8010, incredibly resonant on eight bands. Unbelievable antenna. Got a picture of the scan on my QRZ page. I heard you talking about NFED there a little while ago, and just wanted to put my vote in there for this. It's a resonant antenna, and boy oh boy, does it ever work well.
Yeah, it seems like it's working for you, that's for sure. If you're interested in this, you want to tell us your name?
Absolutely. First name is Peter, Papa Echo Tango Echo Romeo, and our location is Ashton, Ontario, which is the westernmost reaches of the greater city of Ottawa here in Ontario.
Fine. Well, thanks very much for joining us today. And your VNA did a nice job. Which one are you using?
4.3. Let me check. I got it here beside me. VNA H4.
Okay, very good. Well, I'll tell you what, that's a great picture. If anybody is interested in what a local NFED produces usable frequencies, take a look at VA3 FXR's QRZ page. It's got a good shot there. It has a different sweet spot, and they're really, most of them are like 1.5 or less.
Exactly, absolutely, exactly. And this is not taking too much care, keeping the NFED wire away from the trees themselves. They are quite literally going through trees. So there's some adverse behavior in that respect, as opposed to have it just a horizontal wire. I have it in a inverted L configuration. It's the feed point is about 10 feet off the ground. I don't have it grounded yet. Got a little bit of RF come back in the shack here and there, but for the most part, it's doing okay.
Yes, I can hear it. I can hear it. Do some Googling on that. Still, yeah. I asked Jim to give you some suggestions on counterpoise. And you'll enjoy a plethora of options that you'll see there. The 3 forward back, what you end up doing.
Definitely. Yeah. Right now I'm using the coax as a counterpoise. I've got a bunch of clip-on toroids at about 13 feet down from the feed line, feed point. And it's okay, but probably not as effective as a ground or an actual counterpoise off the terminal from the feed point. Anyways, I think I hear other people calling in there again there, so we'll hand it back to you, VA3 FXR.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you're getting some RF in there, and you're a little bit broad. Also, I think the guys on 7250 will appreciate it too much. You're a little bit fat for the radio. All right, we'll talk to you later. Let's see here. 3AV, you're next.
Hey, good morning, Dave, and everybody out there in the ether. Send 3AV. The name is Harley. Harley with a kid from it. Looking at about 70 degrees outside, about 58% humidity. We got broken cloud cover with a lot of sunshine in between. We'll turn it back at you. 10-380. Say good afternoon or good morning.
Okay, good. Yeah, you're right. All of a sudden, this weather band has been lately, so enjoy your day. And it's just looking sort of this way for a couple of months, and maybe that's just the way it's going to be for a while. Charlie, we got you logged in there from here at LPA, is that right?
QSL. Okay, we'll catch up with you later. Y'all got a good signal down this way, by the way. I'm all the way over here on the western edge of Pennsylvania. Y'all have fun and enjoy. Thanks for picking me up. Good morning.
Good afternoon, Dave and Susie-Jen. And let me see. We had some sun this morning, but we clouded back up. We're at 74, heading up towards 77, 78. And heavy-duty thunderstorms this afternoon, tonight, and into tomorrow. And then we're going to have a couple sweet days. As I'm looking now. This morning they were good, but let's see what the noon time update is. And gotta get it here. Let me see. They're still saying Friday, Thursday and Friday, 60 and 57, and sunny. So, and then we go back into the 60s after that. So it's nice. I got asparagus up that I got to cut some this afternoon. I just came in from mowing the front and back lawn, and I got the big field to do. I don't know if I'll get that done today, but we'll try. Over.
Okay. So, catch you later. Let's see if I can jump off for you.
Dave, I had a good copy on them. Want me to try them? Roger, standby one. K3AC and 2ZGN, you copy?
Yeah, I got a copy on early.
Roger, Bob, you take care. Have a great day. Dave, did you copy that? Roger, Dave, standby one. Bob, he did hear you, and he says you're down from your normal. It's just band conditions. Everything is extremely long, as I found out this morning myself. And to the GN, back to WJ3GIN.
November 1, Juliet, X-ray, Quebec. Who else?
Morning.
No traffic for the next. I am just running my local final 706 here with a handset, so very simple, minimal setup. WA3GIN, James.
And I presume you're up.
Okay, checking great. And one, so you got two, Steve Ross, that's about 28 east of Mount Washington. And I don't have a whole lot to talk about today. I'm working on a long wire antenna myself. This is supposed to be a unidirectional antenna terminated with a 500 ohm resistor that I had to put together. You can't use one that's got a what do you call it? Anyway, so you have to use regular resistors for anyone. And you've got to string them together series and parallel. Yeah, I'm trying to think of an inductive resistor. You can't use that. And that is terminated to a ground rod at the end. And I'm going to feed it this coax to a 9-to-1 balance. I'm just using that as a feed point. That's going to feed and setting up ground the other end of this balance, 9-to-1 balance. And we'll see how that works out. The unique thing I think about this project is that I'm putting the ground rod into the ground. I'm going to lay it in our brook, on the rocks in the brook where the water flows over and constipates. So kind of a crazy setup, but we'll see how it works. The idea is to have a unidirectional antenna, and I got it aimed towards the southwest, mostly into New Zealand, Australia area. So that's my project for the spring and summer here. Anyway, my wife's still recovering from a surgery she had. She got fixed this summer, so I went into town and got deli food. I got some ham salad and coleslaw, and I'm looking forward to eating that for supper. So that's you and NJ2US.
Okay, very good. Very good, Ron. Sounds like an interesting project. You're experts there to measure your performances. I was curious, what's the mission on 3932? Is another project?
No, yeah, that's I already have that up. It's the loop for the Northeast Crack Barrel. That's 2 to 3932. I had it resident at one time, and for some reason it's not now. But I don't know. I don't know if the wire stretched or what. Anyway, it still works pretty good.
That's great. was when you had it working the way you like?
Very low.
Okay. Your turn loss, I believe, is the number you want to go high.
Okay, I guess I'm getting everything stuff with SWR.
Yes, you are. Yeah, if you could get a return loss of, maybe 15 to 20, that thing is percolating.
Really? That's interesting. I'll have to look into it. I thought just got it.
Always something to learn. Orange, I'll tell you what, you're the most listening here, but Ron, looking forward to hearing more based on this new project.
Yeah, that's so different. I've got the big expert, so that'll be interesting to put that on there.
Yeah, that'd be cool. All right, and thanks for joining us this morning. Cheers. Yes, sir.
Roger, 7310-1J, execute for
Where's Ricky? 56 minutes after the hour. Should be someplace new time. You got 4 minutes. We're standing by for any stations. You don't have to be a membership. ECARS. Wiki Mike. Here as well. India Foxtrot Tango. E3 India Foxtrot Tango. I got you more.
1.
Okay, that's it. Yeah. FWM. Okay, a little bit light here. Going on in New Jersey. Okay, all right. Well, it's a little, I guess this band has been long all morning and it's still long, but we're able to pull you through and thanks for checking in with us. Okay, so, IoT, come on in.
Well, I've come to the conclusion that you have an amazing antenna system. And the reason I'm saying that is because the first time I called in, I was at 3.5 watts. Go ahead.
About that. What are you up to today? Besides challenging either?
Oh, man, I cannot believe how bad it is. Hope you're hearing me okay down there. Yeah, I'm on the bench, 16 SWR, which is a friend of mine. Ron WM 3000, 2 kilowatt power meter, and SWR monitor, peak reading power meter. And the chip blew, and of course it's virtually impossible to find. I managed to find a couple of them, so I'm unfortunate. And we're going to get that fixed for this week. And, well, I mean, the band is flat. You know the deal. Back to you.
Yes, it is. Except for the splatter in 5-1. For whatever reason, it doesn't matter how fast the band is. Those guys have found a way to splatter into 55 useful band test. What are you going to do?
Well, you know, there's some high frequency componentry on 258 QSL.
I'm double with you.
Yeah, sorry. I said there's some high frequency components up on 258, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
What else is going on? Not much. I ordered another power supply. Got my second 2 kilowatt power supply coming in, so happy about that. And some line filters for 240 and 120 volts at 16 amps coming in from one of the projects here. That's about it. So some shock updates. Go ahead.
Good deal. All right, well, listen, always a pleasure to have you in here. You'll be operating this afternoon?
I'll be in and out, yeah, no doubt. I'm going to go over and see the boys up in the nickel.net for a bit. It's not my operating day, but I thought I'd take the opportunity to drop in. So, well, I work Wednesday, Thursday, 2:30 to 4, so.
Okay, good deal. Thank you, sir.
Always a pleasure. Take care. Have a great day.
You too. 11:59, a few seconds to go, maybe a minute, I don't know. And we'll take any check-in. Okay, I take that back. It's noontime. It's time for a shift here. I'll keep advertising this. Some stations are not aware. ECARS likes to rotate their operators at the top of the hour. So this would be the time right now. I don't know, let me take a look and see if I can tell. They work pretty hard at keeping us up to date here. It looks like it could be A1MQ. What a surprise. Let's see, he's pretty close in. I'm not sure I'll be able to hear him. But we do have a back channel to the internet, so maybe we'll do the handoff that way. In the meantime, hope everybody has a great week. Get outside, enjoy the pollen. Quite a mix right now of grass and trees and what is the other thing? CO2. And depending on whether you live close by to a server farm or not, you can mix in a little diesel exhaust with that. Wonderful stuff. Gets into your lungs and sinuses and really lets you feel alive. So, eat well, be well, be kind, and we'll hopefully hear you all again soon. Your new net controller is Jim, one of the premier operators here on ECARS. K1MQ, it's all yours. This is WA3GIN. We'll be clear.
Alrighty, George. Well, thank you very much. You have a great signal up here, but that's pretty much a common thing. I normally would expect from you is a bodation signal, so go to the area. You have a good rest of your afternoon. Go outside and enjoy it. I got part of a lawn, and then the lawnmower gave up the ghost, and I'm not sure what its problem is quite yet, but now at the YL's home, I can enlist her assistance in looking to see if I can figure out the problem. Anyhow, thanks, Dave. Alrighty, this is K1MQ, Kilo Alpha 1 Mike Quebec, and this is ECARS, the South Sanderson Radio Service. From what Dave said, the band is very long, though I couldn't tell from him. He had a great signal here. Here's the end from 7:30 a.m. until 1:30 p.m. on the weekend from 8 a.m. until 1:30 p.m. Let's see, we have a very hard stop time Monday through Saturday at 1:30 p.m. So please cooperate with your controller and vacate that frequency at that time. If we have an ECARS member that might like to grab an opening, there is an opening on the schedule. Tomorrow at from 11 to 12. So if you're a member of ECARS and would like to try it out, there's an opening for you. I'll put you in. Let's see what else. Mobile Travel Priority here on ECARS. They have 610-268. All the mobile stations out there, so please, if you're mobile, so I can put you in. If it's off the list, of any list I may be running. I do work from a list. I'll call for a list. I'll work down through the list, and then I'll call for another list. Please do not just shout out your call at any random time. That doesn't help. Because that only causes QRM and confusion for me, and let me tell you, I'm very easily confused. Some days I don't even know what day of the week is. I guess that's pretty much it. Let's see, let's find out who the heck is out there. This is Kilo Alpha 1 Mike Quebec, K1MQ for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. ECARS looking for check-ins.
November 2, Zulu Golf November.
Well, this demonstration of how short the band is, because Jerry is usually very strong, and he's the only guy I heard in there. me a yell at N2US. We'll see if we can make it go. But come on in.
Roger, Jim. Well, Dan's pretty long, and I've got you fairly decent right now. But I found out this morning closest station was 296 miles. Furthest was 693. Over.
Yeah, okay. That doesn't sound terribly long. But Dave said it was long for him, and he was worried he couldn't hear me, but I don't think he had a problem. If he did, and now I didn't see him make any notes that he didn't. He couldn't hear me, so that's good. Anyhow, thanks for grabbing the shifter. The shift for George. I appreciate it, and we'll talk to you real soon. 7-3, Jerry.
Hi, Roger. And by the way, the normal was right around 400 for contact this morning. 7-3. Have a great day. N2ZGM.
Oh, the low was 400, you said?
No, I had a low of 296 and 299, but just about everything else was 350, 400, 500 miles over.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's going to be a tough one, I suspect. I don't see much activity on from mid-cars to south cars, so I don't know. We'll see what that happens. 7-3, Jerry. Oh, you take care. We'll talk to you again real soon, I hope. That's N2ZGM from Peru, New York. 2993 on the lifetime roster. And let's see, about 166 miles from there. So, not real strong, but copy nonetheless. Let's see, this is ECARS, the East Coast Amateur Radio Service, and I'm looking for check-in, A1M2.
Whiskey Alpha 3, Kentucky Fried Turkey, WA3 KFC.
I used to talk to you, it seemed like, all of the time, and I heard you check in the other day with somebody. It wasn't me, but somebody else, and I was like, wow, I have not heard him in ages, but I don't know exactly how long ago that was, but good to hear you. How is everything with I typed in your call wrong. So it didn't turn off of anything I'm going to use. How's everything going, John? Go ahead.
Already. Except for what they is so forth. But I do this about 7 days a week. So kind of go from there. We've been making a flight on the street and back. We got big bumps for toggle switch. Forward toggle switch last week. Man, I got a copy of my glass. So we got ourselves a big ground rod. There's only about 9 inches of it sticking above the ground. And I use number 6 wire to bring it into the shaft. We've got a nice ground rod that's on the back of the cable. Hasn't made all the connections to it yet, but they're in the process. And I'm a little leery about putting that fixture in shaft. It's a forward reverse switch on a heat sink SWR meter. So I want to make sure that I don't have SWR meter good first ground before I get something that could be good. This is WA3 KFC. Go ahead, Mike Patrol.
Alrighty. Well, the name here is Jim, and the call is Kilo Alpha 1 Mike Quebec. There, John, and last time, according to my logbook, that you and I chatted was back in 22. So it's been 4 years since the last time you and I talked with each other. That's a mighty, mighty long time, over.
Well, It's not like I haven't been active. Let's put it that way. I just haven't been active when you're running that control. Let's see here. My total, my total for last year, 2025, 1,164 cubic. But I also earned 13 for a couple, and I run some next there. And on the football, 762 comes back. 1,926 cubic last year. I'm real talkative. I'm also retired. I'm 83 years old still. So I got to play radio. And say your phone again. I got started this. I got the right Corvette. Number 1 right Corvette. From WA3 Kentucky Mine. Alright, going real good.
Kilo Alpha, number 1, Mike the Corvette. King always won Mary Queen, over.
All right. You know what? Alpha 1, Mary Queen. Not one. So, we talked before. You probably got a QSL card that makes you become a photograph. Go ahead.
Boy, I don't believe that I do, but I don't recall it. Over.
Well, I'm old school. When I say old school, I mean real old school. With my left elbow here, I have a NAT MCX3 transceiver. And it's an 80, 40, and 20 rig. That is important because it was manufactured at October of 1963. Now, I didn't have my license then. I got my license in March of 67. So, it's older than my license, let's put it that way. But, that's a lot of hands to say that. Because they go to buy stuff. And, usually it is a lot older than what their license is. And I would say inexpensive way of getting into hand radio. Buy the used equipment and so forth. Yes, we have talked before, and I did send you a QSL card, and you returned one. Now, let's see, when we did all of this stuff. Let's see, first time we talked was September the 6th, 2016. That's why you can't remember. And more recently, December the 12th, 2017. So, I kind of know who you are up there in New Hampshire. K1 from Quebec, from WA3 Queen's Coffee Pickup.
Already done. It's funny you mentioned that NCX3. That was my first rig. My very first rig, and I actually bought it. My dad convinced me to buy it before I had my license. He said, this will give you the enthusiasm to go get your daggone license like you should have 15 years ago. Not really, but I'd have been 4 years old then. But he said I should have done it, years ago, 5, 6, 7 years ago when he first got his. And he was after me as soon as he got it fixed for me to go get mine. And I don't know. Man's heart turned to girls, and the heck with that. Well, I've been licensed in 76, not nearly as far back as you, but I ran that NCX3. I bet you that thing had 100,000 miles on it in the car. Over.
Well, I didn't buy it new, that's for sure. But, yeah, I have no idea where I picked it up. separate power supply. And right at the moment, I have one 250 motivated for 6 years. And AM quite has CW. And I grew up here because I had a tech license for almost 10 years before I got traded. And when I did, I jumped straight into a game and held on to man for 24 years. It was fun. And at this point, I've had Texas for over 25 years. Yeah, we played a lot of different radios over the years. Early on, my compensation was a Georgia extra thing that I built from the kit. The crazy thing is that I built that around 1956, but I never got a license until 67. So I loaned it out to a couple of local hands, and I said, here, put it on here, something that works. Well, I had a good idea that it would work because I had a light bulb for a double-loaded employee that might not make it. And I also thought of my product as a vegetable. So that became a guinea pig because one of the partners was maintainers and receivers. So, when you get on board on the end of a wooden stick, bring it over near the plate so the container have a put through different buttons. And I thought, this is the free thing you keep your hands in your pocket, fingers and toes. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, roger that. Well, John, I had my first real experience with that NCX3 was I used it for code practice, and that's how I got my code speed up. I tape recorded W1AW religiously and played it in the car with me when I drove. And at that time I was driving about 40,000 miles a year. When I picked that thing up, I picked it up at a Hamfest in Detroit, and when I picked it up, the guy asked, more money than I wanted to give at the time, and more money than I had in my pocket at the moment, and so I got him down to 1/3 the price he originally had on it, and brought it to a buddy of mine, Shaq, and my dad and I and Max plugged it in, and lo and behold, the damn thing don't work. And boy, I was heartbroken. And he plugged it into his power supply, which he had an NCX5, and it lit up, and he made contacts immediately. But while he was talking on the daggone radio, I sat there and looked at it, and in a couple of seconds I saw something that didn't look right. I grabbed the whole of the wire that I didn't think looked right, it pulled in half. So I don't know what the heck the deal with that was, but I cut it back, stripped it, and soldered it back onto the connection, and lo and behold, the thing came alive. I never operated as a novice nor a tech. I went, I got my novice ticket, but the period of time that it took the ticket to show up, I had already passed my general, and so I decided that since they were doing the interim licensing at that time, I would become I'd become a general on the spot. And let's see, my extra goes back to 15 years ago. I don't remember when I got my advance. I got my advance right after I came up here, though. I don't have the first tickets from having my advance. I don't have my first general class ticket either. I do have my novice ticket hanging on the wall here. So that's my progression. Anyhow, John, I got to run because I really got to run to net, and this rag chewing stuff is supposed to be foreboding, and the net manager might fire me for misbehaving. Over.
Hey, I'm trying to bring back to the game. Looks very good, Jim. trying to catch up with you again. Kilo Alpha 1, from Whiskey Alpha 3.
Bye-bye, John. Good to hear you. And the more recent contact that you and I had, according to my logbook, is 4/22/22. So there you go. And hopefully, let's see, I don't know what card I had back when I sent you a QSL card. Maybe I should send you a copy of the new one. The new one's a lot prettier than the old one, because I think the old one was, well, I know the old one was kind of boring. But the new one is quite pretty. So maybe I ought to send you the new one with the fancy car on the front of it. Yeah, take care, John. 7-3. This is KA1MQ, Kilo Alpha 1 Mike Quebec. That was John, KA3KFT. And he's in Ashton, Pennsylvania. And that is, let's see, he is 303.67 on the roster and about 300 miles from here in Hudson, New Hampshire. And this is KA1MQ, Kilo Alpha 1 Mike Quebec for ECARS. Well, I think, and I wouldn't swear to anything at the moment, I think it was Kilo Alpha 1 Fox Radio Charlie. I think I have it right, and I should know who you are because you work here. Boy, that didn't come up right, so maybe I got it wrong because that doesn't look like it's in my logbook tonight. We talked before, but go ahead. Oh, there you go, Steve. Well, that up big time. That got it straightened around. You said your mobile where? Well, Steve, to tell you the truth, not that great. You bounce down to about an S1, and my noise level's pretty low today, so that's a good thing. But you get down to about an S1, and then occasionally up to about an S3. When you're up at an S3, your Q5 copy, but when you're down at an S1 or so, not so much. Thank you very much, and copied 100% of that one. You came up to about an S4, maybe poking to S5, but not bad. We are close together for the band today. It's not that horrible, unfortunately. That's K1 FRC Steve in Naugatuck, Connecticut, 104.92 on the lifetime roster, and I forgot to push the check-in button. Mobile, so he's not, of course, not home. So if he were home, he'd be about 125 miles from there here, but I don't think he's that far from being home either, running mobile. So this is KA1MQ, Kilo Alpha 1, Mike Quebec, and this is ECARS, the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. ECARS, the East Coast Amateur Radio Service, Kilo Alpha 1, Mike, Quebec. K81M, Q4 ECARS.
Alpha Sierra Bravo. That could be, maybe that's Kilo 3 Alpha Sierra Bravo.
Always sideband. Tom, is that you? Tom, I wouldn't say you were exactly a stellar signal, but Q5 copy for all of us, and real good about being not too far from the Centennial City down there and the Liberty Bell. I heard something about the Liberty Bell the other day that they made a bunch of replicas of it. More than 50. Yeah, I don't remember it. Maybe it's 150th centennial. But it was one of the major number centennials anyhow. And there's this guy that has written a book about traveling to the sites where they all are, and some of the sites that the bell is in very, very bad condition. In other sites, the bell is in pristine condition because the thing is kept indoors. And I've been down to see the Liberty Bell in 1976 for the bicentennial on my honeymoon. And boy, I think we ought to repeat a trip like that for our 50th. Over. All right, Tom, K3, AFC, always yeah, we got that. That year we did, we hit a lot of the events that were going on. When I saw the Conestoga wagons, and we just had a we just had a blast on our honeymoon. Except that I was definitely sick for the first 3 days, and my wife was definitely sick the next 3 days. And so other than that, it was a lot of fun. We did get to like Boston, Gettysburg, and just had a great time. Oh yes, a tornado while we were in Pittsburgh. Not terribly far from the north side where we were staying. What a memorable honeymoon there for the driving experience. So we drove all over the place. Anyhow, thanks very much, Tom. Great signal and great on the signal or the call being your original call. Can't say the same. My call was issue 76, and it was actually it was WNA, the ZVJ back then, but that didn't last very long because I had my general classification. I actually got the license back from the FCC. Anyhow, I'll talk to you soon. We'll see you. And Tom is 229 on the lifetime. About 275 miles from here, and on the last transmission, Tom came up to about an S7. So maybe the band is improving, and I can pass it off to the next net control in better condition. This is K1NQ for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service, ECARS, looking for check-ins. Well, I got neither one of those very well. There were two in there, and let's see. Let's try Fanatics, and let's see. There was a November 1, I think. You go second, if you would, please. Just wait till the first guy gives me his call phonetically up. Go ahead.
Kilo Charlie 1 Whiskey X-Ray Sierra.
Okay, I think I have only one of the two of you that I can hear now. The band is not very great. So I have Kilo Charlie 1, Whiskey X-Ray Sierra, I think I have that right. Come on in.
Good morning. Good afternoon. The band conditions are really horrible today. I did hear that station from Ambler, Pennsylvania. But I got a copy of your follow-up regarding the bicentennial and the Liberty Bell. Handle here is Joe, and I'm in Londonderry, New Hampshire. I didn't get your call sign or your name, but I wanted to check in for my final ECARS check-in of the day, and I'm going to get some things I've got to get done after I check in. So I figured I'd check in. Back to you.
All right, Joe. Boy, I'm surprised you were, ground waves. I presume it would be ground waves. In the distance we are on apart, about 6 miles. I'm kind of surprised if you're that poor. You on ground waves. I don't know. Maybe it's not ground waves, but someone give me an excuse to try my NVIS antenna for 40. Let's see if this makes it any better. Joe, hold on a second. Yeah, let me, I'll make a transmission on this one. Is that better or worse than the previous?
Yeah, I got a weak copy on you. You faded down. You might be close by because I'm not getting stations near me, but I'm getting stations far away. The band seems kind of long today. QSL?
QSL, but I came 6 miles away from you, so I thought it should be ground wave. I tried the NVIS antenna, and that's when you said you couldn't hear me anymore. Anyhow, Joe, take care. I'm just down the street in Hudson, and not terribly far from you. I'm on the east side of town, probably more northeast than anything else. So give you an idea of where the heck I am. If you ever go across that way, across 111, I'm right behind the police.
No, I know where you are. Yeah, we've worked before. Okay. Are you in the Granite State Radio Group at all? Do you work any of the 2-meter repeaters in the area?
No, I don't. I have like 3 2-meter rigs laying around here, and I really have not been active on any of them, any of the 2-meter repeaters. I used to get on the dairy all the time because a friend of mine was on it, and we used to drive up and down 93 and chatted with each other on the way to work because we both worked at the same place in the same department, so there you go. Anyhow, we used to do that, but I haven't heard from him in years, and not even sure. Anyhow, Joe, take care. I have 2-meter capability. I have one that's an old Ace and strapped to the work shelf, the operating rack here, and I have I don't know 4 or 5 actually, not that many, 3 or 4, 3 actually. I know it's 3. No, it could be 4 handhelds, but I just am not that active on 2. Over.
Roger that. Well, 73, have a great day. The weather seems to be really cooperating today. It's beautiful out there. I'm going to get out and get some vitamin D.
Well, I tried to do some grass. I cut the grass. I managed to get half of it, well, not half of it, but a part of it done. And then the moles refused to go uphill. And my lot's pretty it's not real hilly, but it's got some ups and downs on it. They can't make it up any of the places to mow. So I pulled it up to the side, took a look at it, couldn't really see anything wrong. So when I get done here, that's my next project, is to go out and take a look at that and I'll wrestle with that for a little bit. Joe, take care. Always a pleasure to hear you. And let's see, we've only chatted 40 minutes once on 421 this year, and good to hear you again today. And occasionally I have talked on 5-8. There's a couple of guys right here in town that are GX ones that they run a lot of GX, and they're always on 5-8. I have talked to them a couple of times. I listen to them a lot because they're real GX. There's the meaning. Really, it's not working out perfect. Joe is 6'5" for me. Londonderry, New Hampshire. Somehow I think you told me that you recently got your channel. I don't know why I think that. Anyhow, 7-3. This is K81MQ, Kilo Alpha 1 Mike Quebec, and this is ECARS. All right, I got what I think was November 1 something, and I didn't get that. And I got Art Whiskey 1 SWL. Art, I cannot believe how strong you are. The only guy that was stronger than you was Dave down in Pennsylvania, and he's a whole bunch further because you're just down the street in general terms. Let's see if I can pick up the N station, the station with an N in the call. Come on in. I believe you said Kilo November 3, and that was all I got out of that. Is that part of QSL? Okay, November 3, FTL. You came up a long ways on that last transmission. While I try to find you here in the logbook, which it didn't work. Go ahead and tell us what the heck's going on with you today. All right, Paul. Looks to me like first-time contact for me. That we have. Oh, okay. I guess that's all. Kind of sounded like I had an echo in the background, but it says it's off, so I'll see if I don't. Paul, pretty rough copy, but can sometimes pull it out. I know you said something about you built an antenna, and I'm not sure where you went from there. All right, Paul. Well, I switched over to the NBIS. We'll see what happens. That's my NBIS antenna. Usually it makes no difference. This thing is probably, I don't know, 8 feet off the air, off the ground, maybe a little more, maybe 10 feet off the ground, but that's about it. Over. Paul, totally lost you on that. So you have a good day, and thank you very much for swinging by, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of the day. That's N3FTL Paul in Aston, Pennsylvania, about 300 miles from here. And my band is, I can't say that it's short or long. I think it really is downright terrible. All right, let's go down and say hi to Art. And I am Art, W1SWL K1M2. Well, there's a lot of CSC. I couldn't hear Paul forever, and I'm messing it. You're bouncing up and down. But interesting. Oh, hey. Real good, Art. You said your YL was in the hospital, and was that in regards to when she cut herself over? Boy, Art, you were about an S7 at the start of this. Now I can't even hear you. Oh boy, it's going to be up there. It's going to be a fun shift for you, and it's already been not that great for me, but it is what it is. Art, we'll talk to you at the top of the hour. You have a good person. Over. I always practice on that. Last Friday. So, all right, was that in regards to her cut over? Yeah, I know. You are usually so readable, it's unbelievable. Anyhow, that was Art. He is Whiskey 1 SWL, big time shortwave listener. In Stratford, Connecticut, 10470 on the lifetime roster, and about 150 miles from here. And I don't think there's anything great about the band right now, but this is KA1MQ, Kilo Alpha 1, Mike Quebec, and this is ECARS. M3GLT, holy mackerel, I don't know what the heck you got going right, but it sure is good, over. Gary, an amazing signal. Dave, GIN down wherever the heck he is, down in Virginia. I thought he was the strongest signal, but you may have surpassed him. And I'm running back at you with about 1,000 watts into a homebrew fan dipole, 75 40 meter fan dipole. Over. Hey, you're 5'7", Gary, no problem copying you up there. And you're, pretty solid. Don't hear a lot of QSP, over. Alrighty, very good, Gary, and we'll talk to you again soon. And I'm sure you don't want the amount filled in on the check when I send it, right? Okay, Gary, thank you very much. Great comeback. That's N3GLT, Gary, in Ephrata, Pennsylvania. Let's see, about 300 miles from here in Hudson, New Hampshire. And this is K1MQ, Kilo Alpha 1, Mike Quebec, and this is ECARS. ECARS, the East Coast Amateur Radio Service, KA1MQ, Kilo Alpha 1, Mike Quebec for ECARS. This is KA1MQ, Kilo Alpha 1, Mike Quebec for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. KA1MQ, looking for check-ins. N3GI. Good morning. Yeah, roger that. Yeah, well, about the same here. I don't know what it's supposed to be today, but it's supposed to be warm. There, Frank, and it's not. Yeah, all in all, not supposed to be a bad day. And boy, you're definitely making a trip. Very, very nice signal coming into Hudson, New Hampshire. The name here is Jim, Span India Mike, and the call is Kilo Alpha 1 Mike Quebec. Yeah, it's supposed to, right after this, I think tomorrow was supposed to rain and get colder, and I was hoping to finish cutting grass for my give me sick, so I need an extra pair of eyes. I can see perfectly well what's not going on or going on if I could manage to have somebody else operate the man contractor while I'm staying alongside and take a peek. Maybe I can figure out what I need to order for parts. I'm hoping it's not a transaction, because I don't think that's going to be a fun part. Anyhow, Frank Scott, great signal, over. Yeah, roger that. Well, this thing's maiden voyage for the year. First time cutting it. If memory serves, the blades are relatively new. Between my yard and the next door neighbor's yard, who's my cut. My blades do take a beating, so probably could use a good sharpening. Anyhow, Frank, you take care. Have fun down there in Columbia. It's a stop day. And boy, be careful of the cold spell that's coming. 7-3. Alrighty, Frank, you bumped right into S9 on that last one, so great job. That's N3DJI Frank in Columbia, Maryland. And he is 30587 on the lifetime roster and about 375 miles there. And it's been in great shape. Let's find out who else might be out there. This is KA1MQ, Kilo Alpha 1, Mike Quebec 4 ECARS.
Victor Alpha 3, Romeo Charlie Alpha.
Wow, how in the world did you get that call? That's a great call. VA3. Hey, I think I would have remembered that if I had ever heard it before. I have heard it before. Great call, over.
Well, thank you for that, Jim. Kilo Alpha 1, Mike Quebec, Victor Alpha 3, and I'm a little bit north of the city of Toronto. I'm using a Hermes Light 2 at about 1 kilowatt, and I just thought I'd see if I could make contact. It's not a very good band today. Back to you, Jim.
Absolutely no problem making contact, Kevin. You are S9 plus a little bit on that last one, so no problems for you, and I managed to talk. Great signal.
Well, thank you for that, Jim. And you're just around 9S units yourself. I guess I don't know whether this is just today the conditions are this bad, or if this is what we can expect through the spring. What do you think, Jim?
I'll tell you what, this has been the way it's been for way too long. And by the way, I'm running about 1,000 watts as well into a home brew fan dipole that's very high in comparison to what it should be in the fan. But you're sounding great. I like the Hermes Light. Boy, I talked to an awful lot of guys that have that radio, and I presume that you must have a pre-amplifier to the post-amplifier, or I guess there are some 5 low power to kilowatt amplifiers out there nowadays. Over.
Yeah, no, you nailed it, Jim. I'm using a middle amplifier. So I've got a little amp called the HF Super Packer Pro. It's a 100-watt amplifier. It's doing about 25 watts into my SPE Expert amplifier and giving me a little over a kilowatt out. Yeah, it's a fun little radio, Jim. You know, it's a little tough to get an amplifier to work with it, but other than that, it's a whole lot of fun.
Okay, roger that. Well, I've heard many guys, it seems like, running that rig and got the audio tuned quite well. There must be an awful lot of good documentation on adjusting the audio on that thing. Because almost everybody's got it nailed. I'm running a 7300 into a old boat anchor 221 amplifier, an SP 221, and it's an old boat anchor, but the newer set of tubes in it, like I said, putting out about $1,000.
Yeah, he's very good. 7300 is a wonderful radio. I've got one of them here as well. And your station sounds fantastic. You got one of the best signals on the band, Jim. So I guess thank you for running power today. It made it easy to hear you. Anyway, I see you're close to the top of the hour. I just want to say good afternoon. Thank you for picking me up, and 7-3 until the next time. Kilo Alpha 1, Mike, Quebec. This is Victor Alpha 3, Romeo Charlie Alpha. 7-3, Jim.
I still love that call. Who request that? Over.
Well, I was able to request it, Jim. In Canada, they let you don't have to go vanity or anything like that. They let you pick from whatever is available. And when I got my license back in 1994, they had just made the Victor Alpha call signs available. So I had a lot to choose from, and I collect early RCA Superhet radios. So that's how it happened, Jim.
That's great. That's a fantastic story. My call at the time that I got was looking at some calling out, but it's like I got this one. That's easier from that longer. But I've had this one looks like 15 years. No, more than that. I don't know. It could be longer than I had my original license. Think about it. Really got the date when I got mine.
Boy, that band is sure getting rough. I almost completely lost you there, Jim. I hope you can still hear me. Just one more comment. I also hold the call sign November 8 RCA.
I probably had this call set every bit of 30 years. Anyhow, you take care, Kevin. Great signal, and Section 22 was the last time we got 20. EH3, RCA, Kevin, Ontario, 350 miles. And let's see, I've run it just about to the end. Too much rack chewing on my part. It's been an awful lot of fun, I will say that. And I'd like to thank everybody who weather the storm of lousy band conditions. And your next set control is Art. K1 SWL, shortwave listener. Come on in, Art. Oh, I fear he may not be hearing me, so I'm going to transfer it over blind and send him a little message saying,
it's all yours. On the other means of communications, which is by the internet. Okay, take care, everybody. Okay.
Well, hello, this is ECARS, the East Coast Amateur Radio Service Network. Operating on 7.255 megahertz lower sideband, 7:30 to 1:30 on weekdays and 8 to 1:30 on weekends. I am Whiskey 1, Sierra, Whiskey Lima, W1SWL. Handle here in Park, Alpha, Romeo Tango. QTH is Stratford, Connecticut. Stratford is about 65 miles east of New York City. And the home of Sikorsky Aircraft, the people that make the helicopters. I'll be your net control operator for the next 1/2 hour. And I just couldn't hear Jim doing the turnover, so I hope but the band is at my location just not so wonderful. But it's what we have. And so we're going to go with it. Let's start a list. If you can hear me, hi. I can possibly hear you. And we'll start a list and go from there. Whiskey 1. For ECARS, looking for chickens and chickens. Come on now.
November 2, Zulu Golf, November.
I have Jerry, 0 Golf November. Well, I just heard you, Jerry. How you doing?
Well, I just got back in from doing a little lawnmower maintenance and checkout. I had a surging problem on the engine, especially at low speed, and more so at low speed where it wanted to cut out. So I think I got that problem fixed. I have one additional. I think I got to realign the pickup on the magneto for the spark. At high revs, it skips a beat every so often.
Yeah, Roger, there's usually a rod, a thin metal rod that a lot of times the air vane in the blows a flapper which advances. So you may want to check that out.
Yeah, Roger, this is a Briggs & Stratton. They don't have that. They have a vane in there, but it's for the governor. And that's working. So I think it's a timing issue. It might, the pickup might not be close enough to the magnet. So I'll have to take that off, polish it up with some crocus cloth or garnet paper, and then put a gauge in there at the proper level and set it up. Over.
Yeah, usually a business really well for the gauge. You know what you mean? Yeah, there's like two bolts, holds a concave magnet near the flywheel. USL?
Yeah, it's affirmative, and they're slotted so you can move it back and forth a bit. So I think that's what the problem is. I had to put a new one in, and I don't think I got it in quite right. I didn't have a business card. I used a MacBook, and they say you can do that too, but not all MacBooks are the same thing.
Yeah, that's funny. Hey, Jerry, when I was listening to Jim earlier, he was really booming in, and all of a sudden the band just collapsed. I'm not sure if it's a north-south thing or an east-west thing, but you're northwest. So obviously you're doing just fine. I think it may be more north-south. We'll have to see how the day goes.
Well, I hate to tell tell you this, but you're anywhere from an S3 to a 5.9, and so we get some pretty pronounced QSB in there, and it's kind of slow going down and fast coming back. Over.
Oh yeah. Now it's like when I used to do offshore work. ECARS offshore. Wave and everything is there.
Yep, that's what that's a good comparison. So, have a great day, and we'll be listening here for a bit. And Susie Jim.
Roger, thank you very much for checking in. I appreciate it. That's November 2 Zulu Golf November in Peru, New York. Thanks a lot, Jerry.
And Roger, 7-3, and Susie Jim.
This is we're looking for you. The door is open, so come on in.
Kilo Bravo 1 Whiskey Echo Mobile.
Kilo Bravo 1 Whiskey something.
Roger. KB1WE Whiskey Echo Mobile. Roger. I don't know if you copied me well enough. I'm Mobile in Washington, North Carolina. And name here is Wayne, and ECARS number 4875. Over.
Roger, how you doing, Wayne? And I remember last time we talked. I'm Wayne, and I'm going to put you down for Mobile. Boy, you're doing a great job coming in from North Carolina.
Oh, yeah, that's good to know. I'm facing the wrong way. The car is in directional. I'm in a parking lot facing south, and so I think you're probably north of me somewhere. But anyway, thanks for picking me up. I don't know, just checking where you are, make sure it's working, and that's about it. So I'm ready to
that's not Wayne in the Mobile. This is the wrong direction. 75 miles from Washington, North Carolina, or somewhere in there. Well, thank you very much, Wayne. We're a 5. Set up is just fantastic. And all the way on QRZ, those transceiver and the receiver, it's just wonderful. So thanks for checking in. Roger that. This is one. Check-ins come now with your call. Well, gentlemen, so great. We're doing our best. Let's see. I'm doing about 2 watts of power. But I'm not sure I really want to do that because that's not good either. Okay, well, I'm listening.
Kilo 2, Lima, Charlie.
Kilo 2, Lima, Charlie. Wow, nice.
Well, good afternoon. The name is Linwood, Lima, Indy, November, Whiskey, Oscar, Oscar, Delta. My number is 20991, and you've got a good signal as well.
you doing, Lima? This is the first time we talked, and you're in Tennessee. Is this Columbia, Tennessee?
Well, yes, I'm physically sitting in Columbia, Tennessee, but I'm remoting into my radio, which is at Smith Mountain Lake, Virginia, which is the central portion of Virginia there. Go ahead.
Well, okay. Good luck to the distance to Tennessee, which is about 870 miles. How far do you go? Since you were moving in from Virginia.
Well, my station, my radio is located at my friend's house, and his call sign is N4EJ, November 4 Echo Juliet. You can plot it to there. That's exactly where my radio is located.
Okay, I'm looking that up, and it's in Lynchburg, Tennessee. And let me see. That's about 500 miles away. 500 miles.
Yeah, that's Lynchburg, Virginia. That's where he's located.
Yeah, right. I'm sorry. I mean, about 500 miles. That's pretty good. Pretty darn good.
Yeah, I see you're in Connecticut. Is that correct?
QSL, Stratford, Connecticut. About 65 miles of New York City, on the shores of Long Island Sound and the Housatonic River.
Well, you've got a great signal and great audio coming this way, so it's a pleasure to make our first acquaintance today.
For sure, Linwood, and you're in the log, and I'm going to make sure I have your name that you go by. Linwood. So I got you in the log. You're in the log, and thank you very much for checking in, my friend.
And thanks for taking the call. I hope you have a successful rest of your shift. 73 Blue Skies, K2LOC.
Roger that. And just so that you know, let's see, it's a beautiful sunny day here in Connecticut. Everything's starting to bloom. The leaves are out on the trees. Eight times already. And so this is ECARS. We are looking for coming out with you. Somebody and you don't hear me responding to them, to the relay, that would be helpful. You can, be a junior net controller and help me out. So looking for check-ins here on ECARS. Come now with your call. Well, I am looking at my band scope here on the non-G2 ECARS software, and the band is flat. There is no activity at all that I can see. I have to widen it up all the way to the edges of 40 meters, but maybe somebody can hear me. This is Whiskey 1, Sierra Whiskey Lima, looking for check-in. Come now.
W4 CDG. Whiskey 4, Charlie, Victor Golf.
Whiskey 4, Charlie, Victor Golf.
Charlie, Victor Golf. CDG.
Charlie, Victor Golf.
Golf. Charlie, Victor Golf.
Charlie Victor, what's the last character? Fox?
Golf. G.
Golf. Golf. Okay. Victor. Bravo.
Golf. 54. Charlie Victor Golf.
So Charlie Victor Golf. I'm looking you up right now in my watch. Hey George, how you doing from Kentucky? From Wrangler, Kentucky, correct?
You're correct, but we go by our middle name because too many Jordans were in the family. But I'm trying out the secondary radio here, trying to get the antenna tuned to your interface for some digital work on the 3DV software. And you're in Connecticut. I think I heard you say that.
Roger, so if you're in Erlanger and you and I are 30 miles, your signal here is 5 miles. If you're playing around with an antenna, my friend, at the present moment, between you and I, we have a propagation highway, but for the most part, I don't hear anyone else.
You're kind of like me. I didn't hear anybody else either. You kind of his antenna out on. You've been playing around with it for a while here, but I don't know if you're familiar with digital HF. We're just getting into it, trying to get this antenna. I'm talking to you, and the radio is a 991A, so trying to get it to move into the digital operation for the free TV software. Back to you.
Working here on 40 meters, sideband voice, just fantastic digital.
That's what we're kind of hoping to is all the different things you have to get in. And make sure you got every little check mark in the software so everything's going. But you got a great picture right here. I don't know if you've been seeing this antenna around, but you came up for about an S4S5 to a 10 over.
Yeah, that's just a band. That's clearly the band I'm using. Big horizontal loop, 80 through 10 meter loop up about 55 feet. So it's in a square configuration parallel to the ground. So you could consider it kind of uniform. That's what we have here. But it receives pretty well and it transmits fantastically. So put up a loop. You need at least 3, perhaps 4 points of connection. You couldn't do much with a wire antenna.
Well, we're not in a wire. His wife didn't want to live in the country, and so we're stuck with verticals. That's what I built back in these backyards is a vertical, and that we're kind of trimming it up, trimming it out a little bit on the base coil to get it kind of tuned in to where the SWR is 1.5 to 1.3. We'll settle for that. But all it's doing today on is see if we can dress up a few more woodwork there, you might say. And but you got a great signal down here. And we're real close to Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm only 8 miles on the other side of the river in Kentucky.
Sure enough, that's my old hunting ground. I went to Miami. I was in Oxford, Ohio. That's my bachelor's degree is from Miami. So I know that area quite well. This must be near Covington, right?
Well, Erlanger, just south of Covington, but I was born and raised in Covington.
All my was pretty good years, what I'm talking about. And went to a big school down there in Covington, High School. Back to you.
Roger that. I'll let you go. That's a Whiskey 4, Charlie Victor George. And Erlanger,
Kentucky, just south of Cincinnati. And 630 miles away. Wowie. So, it's somewhat long and selective. We'll see what happens next. We're looking for check-ins here on the now.
November 8, Yankee Juliet.
November 8, Yankee Juliet. Ooh, there's another great signal. Come on in.
Yeah, November 8, YJ returning. Name here is Don, Delta Oscar November. We're located in Canfield, Ohio. Maybe just a little bit northeast of your last QSO there. So sounds like that's a good path too. I don't know. I had to change over to my vertical antenna here, which normally doesn't do all that well. But on certain difficult propagation days, like I believe this is today, this does pretty well. You're coming in here at 5.7, 5.8 QSB, but good solid signal. Back to you, N8YJ.
Roger. November 8, Yankee Juliet. In Canfield, Ohio, about 400 miles away from me, and I know Canfield. That you are southwest Ohio.
No, we are northeast Ohio, but I can sympathize with what you're talking about because we used to live in southwest Ohio, around the Cincinnati area, in a little town called Loveland. It was like northeast of the city. But no, we're about four and a half hour drive up towards Lake Erie from that location. Go ahead.
Okay, John. Okay, Don. Yeah. Well, that's actually the old Connecticut Reserve, I believe. When that area of the West was being settled. Connecticut Reserve, where you are.
Well, I am not sure about that. It could be. But I don't know my history well enough. Sounds like you might know it better than I do. Hi. But anyway, yeah, we're midway between Pittsburgh, PA, and Cleveland, Ohio. Just about same direction. If we want to go to Pittsburgh or Cleveland, it's about the same kind of drive, distance-wise. Although I think Pittsburgh is a little bit easier just because of the freeway system the way it is. But anyway, that's kind of the lowdown as far as our location is concerned. We have, let's see, weather-wise, 68 degrees. It's a little bit overcast. We're expecting some rain. Had some light rain earlier this morning. It cleared up a little bit. Now I think it's clouding up again down in the basement here in the shack, and it doesn't look all that sunny out. So maybe our rain is coming, our next rain is coming pretty soon. But anyway, I won't hold you there. I believe your name is Art. Is that correct?
And here's Art, Alpha Romeo Tango. QTH is Stratford, Connecticut. Stratford. An old colonia that was established in 1627 by Puritans. And they were very accommodating. If you were not Puritan, they kicked your butt out the colony. So they were very militant Puritans in this town a long time ago. Crazy. Going down back there.
Very interesting. This town, Youngstown, was noted for being a steel town, and I'm going to say 40 or so years ago, when the demise of the steel industry in this general area went down, Youngstown went right with it. Pittsburgh was really big in steel making, And I believe they have some steel making there as well, even today, but it's just nowhere near what it was. It's funny how times change. But anyway, yeah, we're a former steel town, and that's what we're going to be noted to be, is a former steel town. We've survived a lot of ups and downs, and I don't know. I think we're surviving. But when the steel went out, boy, that was the impact on the city. So that's what I have as far as my history is concerned at this location. So, Art, I'll let you go. Maybe make a few more contacts there before your shift is over. I appreciate you picking me up. This is N8YJ.
Roger that. That was November 8th. Juliet Don in Canfield, Ohio. And let's see. 4 minutes on the shift. Shut down promptly at 1:30. Ready for the Central State. Yeah. So, time for one more check-in. You can hear me. I can probably hear you, so come on in. This is ECARS. I'm looking for my last terminology. For ECARS, listening for coming up. Network looking for check-in. ECARS, radio service. Whiskey 1, Whiskey Lima, Mexico, are looking. This is Whiskey 1, Whiskey Lima. You're on ECARS, San Antonio service next. Report is anyone, anywhere, come now. Well, this is the end of the shift here. I will say sayonara. ECARS will be back at 7:30, same time, same place, same frequency, lower side zone. So this is Whiskey 1 here, Whiskey Lima, shutting down ECARS and saying thank you all for checking in and have a wonderful and safe flow. Bye-bye.
ECARS.
giá chắc ai chỉnh. Ai chỉnh ở đó. Hãy subscribe cho kênh Ghiền Mì Gõ để không bỏ lỡ những video hấp dẫn. Lovely.
Test 1, 2. 1, 2. W6SFT testing. W6SFT testing.
W6SFT 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2.
W6SFG, anybody around? W6SFG, anyone around?
1, 2, 1, 2. Test. Hello. One, two, three, four. 1, 2. 1, 2. What? 1-2. W6SFG, testing. One, two, three, four. Testing 1-2, W6SFG, testing. W6SFG. W6SFG, testing. W6SFG, testing.
1, 2, 3. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello, I'm testing out this microphone. This is Alpha Alpha 2 Yankee Victor. Who is this?
WSFG. WSFG, Alpha Alpha 2 Yankee Victor. I don't think I'm on frequency, but I should be light.
I think it's Phil and Alpha 2 Yankee. This is W6 Sugar Foxtrot, Germany. My name is Bruce, B-R-U-C-E, and I'm located in Lynchburg, Virginia.
Yes, is good. Good. I know the place. Yes. 56, Sierra Foxtrot. Alpha 2 Yankee Victor. Good afternoon to you. That is not very good today. But I just very far. This is an old like PC. It's 51. Like that. But the microphone stuff is good. But I think I am getting out. So, I'm going to go to the other mic and move on one, and I'll go to the other mic. Okay, now I'm on the other mic. I think I'm getting a little bit more power out. Thanks a lot for coming back. Enjoy your day. I've got to go QRT, so I'll say 73. What's the 6 here at Foxtrot Golf, Alpha 2, Yankee Victor, 73.
Okay, very good, 73. And by the way, the second mic was much better.
Yeah, it's a Shure 444 mic. The one that I just was using is an old Turner mic that I bought at the handset. That's what happened. All stuff that's sitting around a long time. You have good signal. The band is very long. I'm hearing signals out of Asia. Can't make it up, but I know it's coming out of Asia. 73, 82 Eastern.
73.
on it.